Bit frosty this morning. Oh, wow. Thankfully it's not inside. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's actually icy inside as well. Ah, joy. What a beautiful start though. Not that you can really see it. So it's the 10th of January. Oh, blooming cold start. That's yeah, maybe all that ice is on the inside. What a cracking start to the day. You're just going to walk down into town now. Look at that, beautiful. Look at that sky. This is Ocean View Road and Newport Road. Really nice chippy that's closed for January as far as I can tell. The window's open, so maybe they're in there. Go down St Albans steps. This is the quick way into town from the top. So plans for today are lots more writing, making some good progress with the writing, which is really good, before I head to Suffolk for a while. I don't think I've said that, but yes, I'm heading to Suffolk for a while, just to do a bit of work, earn a bit of money, to fund a new van, hopefully. We shall see. What a lovely place Ventnor is. All the way down St Albans, I think. I could go that way, but let's go this way. Let's miss out the zigzag road and go down to Cliff Road, which is at the bottom of this St Albans steps. Yeah, so do some writing. As I said previously, I'm hoping to get at least one book out by the end of January. One more book number 8. Might even manage to get 2 out. We'll see. Both are going to be short again, about 20,000 words each, which is about 100 pages. But yeah, I quite like writing short books initially. I'll move on to writing much longer books, 30,000 to 60,000 words, I suppose, which is up to around about 250 pages. I'll move on to that once I'm kind of established and I've worked everything out. Yeah, so writing, obviously do a bit more on YouTube. One thing I do need to do is to learn how to jazz up my videos. I do the most basic kind of editing, so I just video little shots like I'm doing now, little clips, and then I just kind of load them up into iMovie, which is the free kind of Apple app that comes with iOS. So I load them up into iMovie, then I just use the fading kind of transitions between each video clip, and I do nothing more than that. I don't even do thumbnails at the moment. Doesn't seem to have affected my viewership, not having thumbnails, although there's no counterfactual, so I've not kind of tested the same video clip with and without thumbnails, so I don't know whether it affects viewership or not really. But yeah, thank you everyone for viewing my videos, because it's doing okay actually. And the old we're approaching 500 subscribers now, and obviously the 500 point or mark is a milestone in the world of YouTube video creation. I need to get up to 1,000 so I can actually properly monetize the video or the channel. But yeah, it's looking good. I'm quite enjoying the YouTube side of things. I don't know if my videos are any good. If they are, then subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. and share the video with your mates and get them to subscribe as well, so I can get my subscriber numbers up. No ulterior motive there at all. Guys, it's cold actually. I'm going to put my hands in my pockets, I think. So I'll see you in a minute. It's looking set to be an absolutely stunning day today because of the clear sky. If it remains clear and there's not very much of a breeze, it's going to be a warm one, I think, because the sun is just going to flood into Ventnor. It's just coming up over there now. It's going to be a lovely day. I think I'll go along this little alleyway this morning. It's a wren calling. Ventnor Bay. So yeah, in terms of the van, so obviously the van was written off about 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. But I managed to get it towed up to a road where it's in full sun. So the windscreen is now facing the early morning sun. So in theory, well not in theory, in reality that warms it up really quickly inside in the morning and dries it all out again. Obviously when I'm in there overnight I generate lots of humidity, which in turn generates condensation on the inside of the van. So I want that to dry out every morning, which it does now because of where it is, which means I can keep sleeping in it. So it's still fully taxed, insured and MOT'd, so that's good. So it's just sat on a road now, a road with no through traffic, it's a dead end road. So that's perfect really. And now I'm looking for a new van. This is Alma Road, which is one of the steeper roads in Ventnor, leading down onto the Esplanade. So yeah, get a new van. This job in Suffolk will fund the new van with any luck. Might have to get one pretty quickly though, because I want to live in it. And obviously I can't take my current van to Suffolk. So really good horse box there. That would make a good van build. It is being converted into a van build by somebody else. Down on Ventnor Bay now. Gorgeous. Yeah, so get a new van. Hopefully this time, no, I can't say that anymore because we're into January. By the end of this year, well, by mid-November, hopefully I'll be in a position where I can no longer live in the UK during our winters because I've had enough. So basically earning enough money through book sales and the YouTube channel and a bit of affiliate marketing, that kind of stuff, to be able to live overseas in the tropics during our winter. That's the plan. It's going okay, it's ticking over, getting the books out, YouTube channel's slowly building. So yeah, stay tuned basically. But oh, here comes the sun over there. If that little cloud strip on the horizon wasn't there, it would be lovely and sunny already. But it soon will be anyway. It's just now midday. A gorgeous day it is now. God, blimey. I mean, there's a nippy breeze, but the sun is out. Warm sun. Absolutely gorgeous weather. Certainly, you can feel spring is in the air, even though it's what is it, 10th of January? I can feel spring in the air anyway. Ever the optimist. Oh, there's a breeze. You can probably hear it. The trouble with this time of year is that if the breeze picks up, it suddenly gets really cold. And obviously, as soon as the sun goes down, well, the sun gets anywhere near the horizon, it really gets chilly. But at the moment, it's lovely. So not much is open down on the seafront today. Tony's tea room down there is. Met is closed all of the month, I think. What else? Yeah, so Lady Scarlet's and Golden Sands are closed. Spyglass is open, which is good. I think Lady Scarlet's opens again next week, 14th I think, on Monday. And Golden Sands will obviously be open this weekend. They're open every weekend at the moment. But yeah, I think the Met is closed for the whole of January into February. Besties and Spinkies is also closed for January. But yeah, still got Tony's Tea Room, still got the Spyglass, still got Golden Sands at the weekend. And we'll have Lady Scarlet's from Monday. So plenty of places to eat and drink down here still. Anyway, speaking of drinking, I'm going to have a coffee. Hope you all have a lovely day. And do subscribe to the channel and click the little like button, because that helps the algorithm spread or recommend the channel to other people. But anyway, yeah, I'm off for a coffee. So have a lovely day. Goodbye. What is it, the 6th of February. There's St Boniface Down looming up over Ventnor, here on the south-east coastline of the Isle of Wight. Gotta love Ventnor. Let's wander up Old Shute, I think, towards Upper Ventnor. It's very overcast and gloomy sort of day today. It's very mild though. So the forecast is that rest of the country is going to be kind of consumed, engulfed in a cold wind from the north. Just going to push a weather front down our way. But we're going to stay warm along the south coast, relatively warm for the time of year, which is nice, overnight and into tomorrow. But tomorrow we're going to have this weather front sitting right over us along the south coast. So it's going to be wet and miserable overnight, and potentially gloomy and probably or possibly raining for at least the first half of tomorrow. Across the whole of the Isle of Wight and the south coast by the looks of it. So make the most of getting some shots today, because I'm not sure I'm going to get much video tomorrow, but we'll see. You never know. So anyway, let's go up Old Shute. We're kind of in the graben now, which is the big sinkhole that goes along the back of Ocean View Road. This is kind of part of the graben. Can't really see it. It's kind of covered in shrubs, elderberry and lots of buddleia and brambles. Bit of a thicket in there. What's that popping around in there? I haven't got my binoculars because I cleverly left those in Ipswich by accident. That was one of the things that was in my bag that I managed to leave at the train station in Ipswich, but thankfully a friend went and managed to pick up. Almost lost me binoculars and proper microphones, but they're now stranded in Ipswich. But thankfully I didn't lose them entirely. Anyway, I can't remember what got me onto that. Yeah, so the graben. I'll show you a bit more of it when we get up the top. It's one of my favourite little spots when I was young, when we used to have a house just on Ocean View Road, just behind that side of Old Shute, just over there. Used to have a house on Ocean View Road. And I used to come up and down here an awful lot, including at night, to watch the foxes and badgers. Obviously as a van lifer now I can carry on living here even though I've not got a house here anymore, which is pretty cool. Although I haven't really got a van apart from my stranded van. I really have to find a new van urgently. I don't know how windy it is, so I apologise for the wind noise if it's becoming unbearable. This plot still hasn't been built on. The site of an old house that was knocked down, I think, and now it's just an empty plot, which I don't think they've put anything on it yet. So this is where Old Shute, this track crosses over the graben. So Old Shute used to be level here, and now it dips down, as you can see, crosses the graben, then rises up again. This crack's been here for quite a long time, it's not new. But yeah, this is a sinkhole. You can see the bank on the left and the bank on the right. So the graben kind of, well, I'm standing in the middle of it now. So where you can see that kind of reddish orangey, whatever it is, digger over there. That's kind of, below that is the middle of the graben. And it kind of crosses over here through the Old Shute field, which is owned by the National Trust. Kind of dips down just along there as well. Let's go along this way. So it used to be level, but you can see how much it's sunk into the sinkhole. Slab of slabs of concrete and stuff have all collapsed down into the sinkhole. Used to be a kids' play area just here. There's the other side of the sinkhole there, the other bank. So it looks like island roads have been filling in some of the gaps in this particular crack in the pavement. It's done very recently. It's already dipping in though, still moving. As you can see, it's hardly a proper job really. You can really see the extent of the graben now. Going on to Newport Road now. So this is obviously where the road crosses the graben. Pavement splitting up. Been a lot of movement here the last 2 or 3 weeks. These cracks weren't here, I'm pretty sure, last time I had a look 3 weeks ago. Check up on the old video. It's quite a busy, heavily used bit of road this. They do like painting marks on the pavement, but it's not really going to do the job. You can see where this wall's split. It's what happens when you have a road crossing a sinkhole, I suppose. So it's now 7 minutes past 4. It's lovely to be back walking around Ventnor. I'm sure you'll agree. Do leave a comment. Why do you come and watch these videos? Is it to see Ventnor content, or are you looking? You're interested in the van life side of things, location independent living? They're the main things. Oh, and writing, book writing and independent publishing. They're the main things I put on this channel. Oh, the road is cracking up a bit here. Pretty sure that's a newish. Maybe it's not new, maybe it's just opened a bit more. You do notice things when you've been away for a while. Maybe your imagination just runs a bit wild. So why'd you come to this channel? Is it to see Ventnor? Is it to hear about van life? Is it to hear about writing? Location independence? Let me know in the comments. And do subscribe to the channel if you want to keep seeing content. Just coming down Bath Road at the moment, going towards Ventnor Bay. And yeah, if you want to buy me a coffee, do click the little link to buy me a coffee. That would be much appreciated, and thank you to people that have already done that. That's so kind of you. It does help me defray some of my costs of doing these videos. God, it's a bit blowy now. I think the rain is going to arrive. Now, this crack is bigger than it was last time I came down. Maybe not. There's debris in these cracks, so probably not new. Always on the lookout for new ground movement, as we've seen up on Newport Road earlier. Let's have a look in the bay. Very blowy. So the rain hasn't arrived yet. I think it's on its way. Blooming marvellous. Lovely and peaceful. So I'm not sure when the council are finally going to get around to deciding what to do with this bit of wall that's collapsed. It's left this section of road closed for a few months now, and they don't seem to be doing anything. I'm sure there's some sort of legal battle going on when they decide who's liable and what on earth to do. I'm sure it's taken many meetings, lots of expensive feasibility studies. In the meantime, the wall continues to move and the road remains shut. A lot fewer people come down to park in La Falaise. And local businesses suffer. But I'm sure they know what they're doing, the Isle of Wight Council. And those characters, Island Roads, because they're marvellous at their job. Let's just hope they don't leave it until the autumn or something. Anyway, back to positive things. It's now gone 4 o'clock. I think I'm going to head down, get a coffee in the Spyglass, I think. Wait for the rain to appear. I think it's due about 8 o'clock this evening, so I need to get up to the van before then. Oh, it's a bit blowy around here, so I think I'll leave you now, because otherwise we'll all be blown out by the wind. So have a lovely evening, people. Good morning, it's the 24th of March. I'm just on Undercliff Drive next to St Lawrence, Undercliff woodland, which is owned by the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust. What a cracking morning. It's about 8:15. A few chiff-chaffs singing. There'll be migrants fresh in from Africa. Beautifully peaceful. Obviously you can't drive down this road anymore since it got closed due to landslides. Just walk up this way a little bit. There's Flea enjoying it back on the island. Her hometown, like it's mine. There's a chiff-chaff. Chiff-chaff, chiff-chaff. Very loud missile thrush somewhere. Goldfinches as well, singing away. Old rooks and carrion crows are really noisy as well, up in these sycamores along the cliff face. This has to be one of my favourite parts of the Undercliff. So peaceful. Magpie calling, more goldfinches. 5:45 p.m. now, just up at La Falaise. Have a quick look at the cliff top along here. All that rain we had in the autumn as autumn and early winter has presumably worked its way through the system now. It's what appears to have caused a lot of the landslides we've been having in Ventnor of late, and instability, but hopefully the worst of that is now behind us. There's not that much rain on the horizon in the forecast, so just thought I'd check this area over here. There's quite a lot of compaction caused here when the work was being done over the winter, and still holding water, which isn't great. This area always flooded for a day or two after rain, but just needs to be holding water constantly now. That is a chilly wind, chilly breeze. God, blimey. Hasn't been too much more kind of a cliff falls here. This chalk has been falling away. Doesn't look too bad though. There's a bit more gone down. Getting quite close to the path now along here. What a cracking evening though. It's going to be a lovely sunset in a while. Looking down towards Myrtle Bay. Flowers Brook in the distance, and Steep Hill Cove just beyond that. Head back east into Ventnor Bay now, I think. These cracks along here appear to be opening up a little bit. Not too bad though. So these ones are new in the Falaise car park. So it's now nearly 7 PM and time for me to dive into the spyglass on Ventnor Bay and have a nice cup of coffee. So have a lovely evening everybody, and see you again tomorrow. Good morning, it's the 1st of April. Oh dear. April Fool's Day. Wonder how many times I'm going to be caught out today. Anyway, it's about 7:30 in the morning. Going to have a quick walk down to Woody Head, assuming it hasn't fallen into the sea. What a beautiful morning. So completely still, lovely and warm already. Buzzards calling. Stopped as soon as I said that. Just walking down towards Woody Bay cottages. It's the old chiff chaff. I've put the microphone on because it's quite breezy down here. It's not windy, just enough of a breeze to ruin the sound quality, I think. There's a sugarloaf in the distance, just over there. Little hillock, a green sand lump on the cliff top. Marks the other side of Woody Bay. It rained heavily last night, so there's lots of water around. Green woodpecker calling in the distance. So we get 2 woodpeckers in the Undercliff, green woodpecker and great spotted woodpecker. I've never had lesser spotted woodpecker, which they used to be fairly common, but now they're incredibly rare. Get a few in the New Forest, I think, lesser spotted woodpeckers, but don't get them in the on the island as far as I know. It's a raven up there. Let's have a quick look at Woody Head. Doing some work along here. Presumably laying water for the livestock, cattle troughs or something. It's a sparrow. Not been down here for a few months, which is unusual. I used to come down here a few times a week. Probably start to do that again now that spring has arrived and the bird migration is in full swing again, or almost in full swing. It's barely started, to be honest. Everything's moving up from the south, all the summer visitors, swallows and martins and whitethroats, chiffchaffs, willow warblers, they'll all be piling into the country from the south soon. Spent their winter in Africa to escape the cold of the temperate zone. These blackthorns are lovely, covered in blossom. This Alexandra's flowering as well, which the pollinators appreciate at this time of year. They really love the blackthorn though. All the flies come onto this, hoverflies and that kind of stuff, and that's why the chiffchaffs and the other birds that are very hungry, having just crossed the English Channel, they dive into blackthorn to eat the insects that are going for the flowers. And they'll drink the nectar as well. I've seen chiffchaffs drinking from the flowers of blackthorn. Try not to slip over, it's very muddy. There's Woody Bay. Buzzard calling. Probably can't hear it because of the microphone. Wow, Ventnor Downs looks pretty good at the moment. Sitting up in the mist. Let's try and get a better view of it from up here. Just about to see St Catherine's Point Lighthouse in the distance. There it is. And Woody Bay and Sugarloaf. There are two benches up here on Woody Head, one here and one at the other end. And if you sit there for long enough, you'll see the migrating birds going over. They follow the coast, so they're either going east or west. The swallows and martins, sand martins, house martins. It's too early for that at the moment. And to be honest, it's better in the autumn. You get a much higher volume of those things passing through in the autumn. There's Ventnor Downs. Let's zoom in over there. That looks cracking, doesn't it? In the early morning cloud over Ventnor Downs. St Boniface, and there's Steep Hill, Rue Down. Cracking. Right, I'm going to head into Ventnor for a nice cup of coffee, I think. Oh, linnet's calling. Let's take this mic off so you can hear the sea a bit better. So it may or may not have made any difference. Hopefully you can hear the sea. You probably hear the sea before course I can't tell until I've finished recording and started uploading the video. I see a shed has vanished from Woody Bay Cottages. It's really moving inland now, this bit of landslip. So anyway, there is the sea, and hopefully you can hear it. Right, I'm going to go and get a coffee, bit of a breeze, so ah dear, what a cracking day. It's about 7:40 AM on the 3rd of May 2024, just down here at Wolverton Lane in St Lawrence. Just have a very quick walk just down towards the cottages. And I need to go into town and get a coffee, but thought you'd like to come along. Just listening to the bird song really, so I'm not going to say too much. Would be nice to hear a cuckoo, but can't hear anything so far. They're still migrating through, so you never know. This little stream and willow bed through here is really good for migrant birds. So they often feed along the fence line, especially in the autumn, but you can get a few this time of year as well. Seems like it's going to be another murky, overcast day. That's the start anyway. Don't think there's any rain forecast. It's actually really chilly in that breeze, so I stuck the microphone on because the breeze is getting up a little bit. Right, I think that'll do. It really is chilly, so I'm going to head back up to the car and grate it. Head down into Ventnor Beach for a coffee. Well, it's nearly 9 AM now. It's blooming blustery up here. Oh, coffee is my first priority, so I'm not going to walk along here at all. I'm just going to go down the lizard steps and go and grab a coffee. Can't believe it's early May. Probably heard that, blackcap. There's always one in there over the summer. Lovely red valerian. Hummingbird, hawk moths love the red valerian. Not much else does, to be honest. So it's nearly midday, nearly 12 o'clock. I thought we'd walk up a few steep flights of steps. Look at some hills. Let's go to Bond Church, I think. Probably one of the more sheltered parts of the Undercliff on a day like this, when the weather's or the wind is blowing through Ventnor Bay. And I like this little spot here for migrant birds as well. Somebody had a wood warbler singing at Luccombe. Do like wood warblers, I've only ever had, I think it's one or two in the Undercliff. It's the time of year they migrate through, so you never know. Lovely trilling song, very distinctive, very obvious when you hear it. It's poor old Leeson Road, which is still closed. Down at the old down at the Smuggler's Haven Tea Room, it's closed. After the big landslip at the landslip. It's rather lovely. Is it thyme or marjoram? I think it's thyme. Might be wrong. The honeybees are enjoying it. Penstemons, I think that's what these are, looking lovely, but devoid of any kind of bees or anything going for nectar, because they really don't produce it. Unfortunately, so penstemons look nice and they do well on this in these coastal areas, but not very good for pollinators. And there's the allotments. Really would love to have an allotment, but I think there's quite a lot of demand for them. Very loud great tit up there. Is it going to call again? So that's a great tit. Lovely silver birch swaying in the breeze. Hear the great tit up there. It's going to sing again. do love this flight of steps. Definitely a good way to get fit if you do it more than once a year like I do. Yes, I'm wearing shorts. There's the sea just over there, through the trees, left of the house. It's one of my hacks that I'm experimenting with for surviving in car life, is to wear shorts rather than trousers. Just because getting a couple of pairs of shorts clean and dry is far, far easier than getting a couple of pairs of trousers clean and dry. Back up into the breeze again. Bit of breeze anyway. Of course, if I was sensible, I'd use the laundry in Ventnor once a week or something. Really must do that. Lovely wallflowers and red valerian. Love this little walk down from St Lawrence, Bonchurch Shute, down into the churchyard. Good spot for wood, what are they called? Speckled wood. That's it, the butterfly speckled wood. Particularly like this little bit of path. Just like a woodland glade as far as they're concerned. Big slabs of green sand. Sneaky look into Eastine. Can't see very much, but down a Monk's Bay now. Just come drop down past Eastine, down to one of my favourite parts of the Undercliff. By quite a way. It's a beautiful little bay, this. Bit breezy. Hopefully you can hear me clearly enough. So the tamarisk coming into flower here. These red flowers. So the tamarisks at Devonshire Terrace down in Ventnor Bay are nowhere near coming into flower yet, but these ones are. It's a little bee on this flower head. Just about to see him. Almost went flat on my face here, it's quite slippery. Had a lot of rain lately, so last couple of days a lot more rain, so these springs are running enthusiastically, turning this little path into a stream. Continues to collapse. This little bit of a kind of path and track. I assume it'll all build up again at some point. So dogs found a bone in the beach, I think, digging it up. So I'm going to walk straight along here, along the coastal path, but it's going to get very windy, so I'm not going to video very much, because it'll just be annoying. Probably see you at Wheeler's Bay though. Don't know if you're going to be able to read this, but I'll try. I can't tell with my glasses whether it's in focus or not. The sun glare may be problematic. Maybe you could read that little poster about the Glanville frittery butterflies. Sorry if not. Combination of sun glare and me not being sure if I'm focused. Maybe you couldn't, but anyway. Approaching Wheeler's Bay and the Seapot Cafe now, which is just over there. Don't know how well you can hear me, but I'm not really sure whether this lavalier microphone is cutting out the wind noise. It does have a dead cat thingy on it, but it's not a very good one. It's one of these little clip-on lavalier microphones, Boya. But we'll find out, won't we, later, when I come to edit the video. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so, as I say every time on these videos. It's really great to see the number of subscribers gradually increasing. Just kind of sends a little message to the algorithm that people like the videos if they subscribe to the channel. So, but then it shares the channel more if more people subscribe. So, all good. Still working away along there, as you can probably hear. Right, I'm going to turn back. I'm not going to walk along to the end because it's just too windy. Looking east again now towards where I've just come from, Bonechurch. Going to go up here and head back down into Ventnor Bay for a coffee. Well, I hope you enjoyed that little video. It's now 2 PM. Got my underwear drying on the dashboard, as you do. It's looking lovely and warm now. Sunny, still a bit breezy, but the breeze has dropped off a bit. So I'm going to make a coffee in the van, in the car, and I will then go out and record another video. So it's the 10th of June 2023. I've just come up to Coombe Bottom to have a look at some chalk grassland here on the south coast of the Isle of Wight. So amongst the pyramidal orchid, here we've got one little bee orchid flower. Lovely to see. Easily one of my favourite views. Coombe Bottom. Just walk down here into the valley, I think. Not going to attempt to name everything because I don't know what everything's called. Some I do. Like bird's foot trefoil, this little yellow one. Just there in the centre of the shot is a what's it called? Rock rose, that's it. Rock rose flower. Another one there. Just round here is some salad burnet in the centre now. One flower and one seed head. Lovely plantain flower spike. Been caught by the wind. These grasses are absolutely stunning as well. Look at that. That, I believe, is a plantain. Some more lovely rock rose, the yellow in flower. And some field scabious. Be lots of that in flower soon. Give it another couple of weeks of warm sunshine. Certainly lots of yellows this time of year, aren't there? A few blues. Some little tiny white stitchwork type flowers. Lots of rock rose there. Jackdaws are very noisy in the background. There's Ventnor down in the base of the valley in the Undercliff. I adore bird's foot trefoil, the way you've got kind of dark reddish and yellow leaves together, or petals together. Beautiful. I can't remember what the little blue flowers are. Are they milkworts maybe? Not sure how clear they're coming out on the image. They might be milkwort. If anyone knows, tell me in the comments section. What have we got just over here? Looks like wild thyme to me. I think that's what it is. Again, tell me in the comments section. You can see how rich the sward is, how many different wildflowers there are and grasses, all intermingled. Calcareous, chalky and limestone soils like this. This is obviously on the chalk. Just so rich in wildflowers. So many calcicoles, calcium-loving species of native wildflower. As long as there's no fertiliser, which all these wildflowers hate, as long as there's no fertiliser, you get such a wonderful display of wildflowers thriving together. Lots and lots of fledged jackdaws by the sounds of it. So it's only just occurred to me that the jackdaws that nest abundantly down in Ventnor itself in the roofs, they probably bring their chicks up here once they're fledged, up into Coombe Bottom onto the chalk Downland where there's lots and lots of insects for the chicks to eat. So that's probably where these lot have come from that you can hear in the background. Some more thyme. There's another herb that's, I can't think of the name of it now, that looks similar to thyme. It's more bushy though. Answer in the comments if you can think of what I'm thinking of, because I've forgotten the name. It's the trouble when you get to my age, you forget these things. Doesn't make it any less enjoyable though, coming up to a place like this. It's lovely and sheltered up here today, which I'm surprised about because it's quite breezy down on Ventnor Beach. Don't underestimate just how many species love bramble flowers, blackberry flowers, and the resulting fruits, the blackberries themselves. Some white clovers just for a change. The bees, the longer tailed bees, the bumblebees will be loving those. The longer tongued, I said tails didn't I? The longer tongued bumblebees will also be liking the bird's-foot trefoils. You need a longer tongue to get into the flowers of trefoils and clovers. And some bumblebees do have those longer tongues. Other ones have very short tongues and they go for more open flowers like the bramble flowers and field rose, that kind of thing. Hope you're enjoying this blissfully short video from me. Short relative to what I normally do. Do subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so, and if you like the video and want to support my video creation efforts, then you can press the thanks button, which allows you to make a little donation, or just read the description where you'll find a link to buymeacoffee.com. But let's go and see if we can see some more wildflowers just down here. Then I'm going to go back down for a coffee into Ventnor Bay and do some more writing, I think. So the cloud is thickening a bit, and I don't think the sun is going to re-emerge for more than a minute or two at a time, so I'm going to head back down into the valley now and get a coffee down on Ventnor Beach. Head down that way, I think. The east side of the closure of Leeson Road. So if you go that way, heading west, you get down into Ventnor. Well, you don't because it's closed. You know what I mean. If you go that way, in a roughly easterly direction, you get to Shanklin. And this little car park here by Nansen Hill, which is just up there, remains open. And the old pyramidal orchids are flowering beautifully. So I'm going to walk down this way, down towards Luccombe village. Let's see where it takes us if you want to come along with me. So the wind has completely dropped off, so I'm not bothering using the external microphone this time. There was a concern down in the bay this morning that the wind might get up as the temperature rose, but it hasn't. So that's really good. Oh, it's bullfinch calling. Off to me right. Chiff chaff. Yeah, chiff chaff. Don't think that bullfinch is going to call again. I had a couple just a minute ago at the Smuggler's Haven tea rooms. Oh, look at this, the brambles in flower. Look at that. Such a great resource for all sorts of pollen and nectar loving creatures. Bramble is just superb. Blackberry flowers. Right, let's go this way. After we've admired a bit more of the blackberry flowers, bramble flowers. Buzzing as ever. There's a speckled wood butterfly dancing around just in front of me, but it's gone off to the right now. The old wood pigeons, when they're cooing in the background, reminds me a bit of Southeast Asia. I lived in Cambodia for 2 dry seasons. I just love it out there. You get lots and lots of different doves and pigeons. Not especially in Cambodia, but certainly well, I was in Indonesia for a little while as well, and it just evokes that kind of... There it goes in the background. Love that. Get coppersmith barbets doing calls like that in the streets around Phnom Penh in Cambodia. It's just lovely. Hopefully this coming winter I might actually get back to Southeast Asia for a while. Green woodpecker just yaffled at me. Actually, I don't think it is going to be this coming autumn. But certainly autumn 2025, so next year, you never know. Got to be slightly careful when I'm filming going down steps like this, because I don't want to trip. Last thing I want to do is break the camera and break a bone somewhere. Certainly getting to that age where broken limbs can be more tricky. So I think what I'm going to do is try and head up the top this time. Last time I shot the video here, I went through Luccombe Farm but didn't get up as far as the Downs. I'm going to try and do that today. Got a bit more time available. Here's a tree identification test. What's this stuff? I know what it is. And it's only survives as suckers these days. When it gets to a certain height, it gets knocked back again by a certain disease. Give me your answers in the comments section. Right, we already know we can't go that way into the landslip because the landslip has slipped. Very pleased that this section of the coastal path remains open though, so I can get down into Luccombe village. And there is a path, so not the one that's immediately to the left, there's a path further down which also goes up to the left. Public right of way which I think will take me up through Luccombe Farm. That's the path I'm going to be looking for in a minute. But let's just go down into... There's a blackbird chucking away, whatever they do, just to the left. And I can hear magpies, so I assume the old magpies have found the nest. Which is a shame, but I'm not sure there's any change in the population size of blackbirds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're pretty resilient to predation by jays, as most songbirds are. Well, all songbirds are, until we drive them down to very small population sizes by the things we do in terms of changing their habitat. So we're just coming down towards Whale Chine, which used to love going down there, but as far as I know it's been closed for probably 2 decades, is it? Maybe longer. By ground instability, presumably. There used to be a lovely little tea room here, which I don't think it's here anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this used to be a tea room. Correct me if I'm wrong, people. I was quite young when I used to come down here a lot. It's amazing, I rarely leave Ventnor these days when I'm on the island. Somebody mowing over there, so I'm going to switch off the recording in a minute. Yeah, so no longer a tea room. How things change over the decades. This used to be a lot more lively. The little car park that used to be for the tea roomers. Now somebody's private spot. So if I remember rightly, the access to Luccombe Chine used to be down there somewhere. There's still a gate there, but it looks like it's completely closed off. Can't remember exactly where the path used to go down. It's all basically private now. Oh dear. So according to that, this bit of path is closed as well. So I'll walk up here as far as I can. See if I can find that right of way. So if this is true, if you definitely can't get through this way, then you really can't walk between Shankling and Ventnor, even through Luccombe village. But let's see if the sign is true. I have no reason to doubt it, but we'll soon find out. Is that a blackcap? Yeah, just heard another burst of song when I turned the video off, so it was a blackcap. Now it looks like the path may have dropped just here, or maybe not. Maybe it's just steps up. Nope, the path has dropped. Wow. That really is quite a drop. So I don't condone doing what I've just done, which is scramble down this slope. There used to be a flight of steps here, which is just disintegrated, but it does look like it's dropped, but maybe not, because the slopes are covered by mature vegetation, so it's unclear what's gone on there. Maybe it hasn't dropped, it's just the steps have disintegrated. Might get a clearer idea as we go further down. There's a big crack here. Yes, it certainly has moved. Might have to turn back in a second. I don't think I'm going to get to the footpath I was aiming for that goes up through Luccombe. I think we might be at the end of the line just here. Let's have a look. So clearly I'm not going to get any further. People have been, because there's a path trodden down there, but I'm not going to go any further. I'm not crazy. So this is well east of the main landslip, below the Smuggler's Haven. So I've had to turn back, so I'm heading back down towards Whale Chine now, and I have to see if there is a right of way that strikes up to the right now. Otherwise I'm going to have to take the little trackway that goes back up onto Leeson Road and get up onto the downs from that direction. We'll see though. I think there is a path just along here that goes to the right and up there. Right, hopefully I can go up this way. Can't remember where it leads. Ah, there's a coastal path diversion sign there pointing up this way, so this is clearly the way I needed to go. It's interesting, there's a Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust notice. I'm pretty sure this is not their land though. Pretty sure this is National Trust. Fair enough. Why not? It's really, really warm and humid now. Lovely hedgerow with a field rose and blackthorn, bramble, bit of field maple over there, some hawthorn. The grassland itself is terrible in terms of wildlife value, unfortunately. So it's very lightly grazed now, which is a good start. There's just no wildflowers in it. So what I would be doing down here is spreading green hay and try and get the wildflower population up a bit, and even cultivating some little plots to where green hay is spread. Trouble is, if you just leave it like this, it'll be like this for decades or more, because there's just no richness, or there's no diversity of different species of wildflower to colonise this kind of place. The thick sward of grass is just really virtually stops colonisation by wildflowers. And I think, personally, I think the National Trust, because it owns so much land with so much wildlife potential, I think it has a duty to do a lot better than it actually does on places like this. So if the National Trust could do a bit more, get more wildflowers into this grassland, which would take some effort, but if they could, then this is definitely good red-backed shrike type landscape. The hedgerows are superb. Hedgerows are, yeah, perfect for red-backed shrike. Obviously you shouldn't manage for one species, but I don't think anyone would disagree that red-backed shrike is a really good champion species for all sorts of wildlife that likes open shrubby grassland. So this field is maybe shut up for hay. There's no cattle in here, so this is better than the, well, it's still species poor. There's buttercups and white clover. It's about all I can see in terms of the flowering plants. The odd meadow brown, some red clover, but there's nothing of the traditional hay meadow species you would want to expect to see in a place like this that's owned by a nature conservation organisation, or what calls itself a nature conservation organisation, i.e. the National Trust. Now, of course, very shortly, hopefully, I'm going to get up onto an area that's owned by the National Trust that is absolutely superb, absolutely rammed full of wildlife, where the management undertaken by the National Trust couldn't be better, as far as I'm concerned. Bullfinch just up here. Obviously no yellowhammers. There was a little patch of arable just up on the slope up there, which the National Trust purchased, and that arable was sustaining a little yellowhammer population over winter. But the National Trust have reverted it to grassland. Might go and have a look at that in a second, because that's a good example of how, you know, what they really need to do down here more, which is, I think they spread green hay. I don't think they seeded it as such. They just spread green hay, which the aim being to inoculate it with wildflower seed, which is much easier to do on arable than it is on thick grassland like this. Because on thick grassland like this, you just don't have the disturbed ground that in more natural circumstances you would have had. So there's very few moles here. I haven't seen a molehill yet. There's no wild boar. There's no aurochs. Rabbit populations, obviously not native, but they did act as a good surrogate for things like wild boar and moles in terms of creating some disturbed ground, but the rabbit populations declined. So, you know, it's a lot easier to get those wildflowers established in an arable situation that you'll revert into grassland than it is somewhere like this, which is why just a minute ago I said they might want to plough some little plots, open up, just create some disturbance, and that gives you your little opportunities for wildflowers to germinate. Whereas this kind of thicket of a few species of grass is exactly what wildflowers don't want. Just have a quick look down here. This really does look shrikey. Looks good for redback shrike. Or a visiting woodchat shrike. You've got some very short grassland. You've got a few more wildflowers. I think this is a tipped area, or has been used for something when it was more intensively farmed back in the day. Yeah, it's worth saying that's why there aren't very many wildflowers in the sward here. It's because historically it has been intensively farmed. Well, there's somebody over there, and it sounds like they might have been doing a recording or on their phone or something, so I'm not going to go any further along there. Don't want to disturb them. So let's go up slope, follow the footpath up, which hopefully is going to lead us onto Leeson Road, from where I should be able to get up onto the downs. This green lane is rather lovely. Fantastic structure. So you've got lower shrubs and stinging nettles and bracken emerging from the base of really lovely thick hedgerows. Gotta love red campion. Bit of field rose up there, and lots and lots of elder flowering now, just along here. Oh, some nice relief from the really, really warm sun. This one's a sycamore. You can see that. Just up here is a nice big ash tree. Seems to have largely escaped ash dieback. And below, in the centre of the shot now, is an elder flowering away. So I wonder if I'm ever going to encounter a yellowhammer. The reason I've not encountered a yellowhammer is because there's no arable, and they need that disturbed ground, they need the annual wildflowers. What would be really interesting one of these days is to experiment, or to ask a question, do domestic pigs, which some people put into kind of rewilding type projects as a surrogate for wild boar, do those domestic pigs provide enough disturbance to enable yellowhammers to colonise open shrublands like this. Don't know why that's an interesting question, but not in the context of this particular channel, but it interests me. What's this stuff? Hogweed, is it? Ever popular with hoverflies and that sort of thing. Probably noticed it's so incredibly quiet. I've encountered 2 people so far, and this is the national trail into, you know, in terms of a national right of way that goes around the coast. Actually, it's not a national trail, it's just the King Charles Coastal Walk, I think it's called. So a nationally important walk created in honour of King Charles, and there's barely anybody on this bit. Go to somewhere like Purbeck and that section of the same path will be absolutely packed, I'm quite sure. Right. Wow, it's warm. Should have bought some more sun cream. I put plenty on, but I didn't bring any more with me, which is a mistake, I think. Hopefully I'm not being unnecessarily critical of the National Trust. I'd class it more as friendly suggestions. I've been making similar suggestions for the last decade or so, so it's not news to them here. So what's this little umbella for? Anybody know? It may only be cow parsley. I thought it was a dropwort, but looking at the leaves I think it's cow parsley. Cow parsley and hogweed, I think. Do let me know in the comments section. So just on the slope up here, I believe, is the National Trust area where they've reverted a arable field to what will become chalk grassland, where I think they spread green haze. So I'm going to try and get onto there and have a quick look. But it does look like the slope just below it is already chalk grassland. It looks relatively, yeah, there's certainly some, can't tell from here what the yellow is, whether it's buttercups or something more interesting. But let's have a look at the arable reversion site, see how that's looking. God, I love the oxeye daisies growing on the verge here. This is Leeson Road. Behind me it's going to Shanklin, and ahead of me it's going to Ventnor. Or it would be if you could go along there anymore. Walk this way towards Shanklin. This was quite a busy road up until last autumn, early winter. And I hadn't really appreciated quite how close to the road the new cliff face actually is. And you know, at Smuggler's Haven, just stuck the old external microphone on because getting up into the breezy bits. So just over there is that National Trust arable reversion plot I was talking about, and I think along here, I might be wrong, but I think along here there's a gate into it which I can climb over and have a quick look. I'm not going to go right into the field because I don't want to get loads and loads of grass seeds in my socks. So there's another right of way going down that way, down towards Luccombe. I wonder if that one's still passable. Yeah, to Luccombe village according to the sign. Try that one another day. It's actually Bonchurch Road rather than Leeson Road here. So correct myself there. So I'm going to quickly nip over here. So back in the day I used to rush over here to avoid getting squashed. Not today. Not these days. That's convenient. There's a nice surface trackway going into it. So I'm going to try and climb over here. This is really nice to see. The trust allowing the blackthorns to expand out from the edge. It's going to be a really nice edge. I mean, it's really nice now, but so far as a national trust, I'd allow pockets of shrubs to develop within the field itself. So like I say, I'm not going to go too far, but already it looks nice. I mean, it's not species rich as you wouldn't expect it to be because it's very young, but there's some knapweed, purple knapweed, or is it purple knapweed or black knapweed? Tell me in the comments section. So very easy species to establish and cracking for bumblebees and butterflies and what have you. So that's really nice. I'm pretty sure this would have come from the green hay that the National Trust, I think, spread on this site as they reverted it from arable. Green woodpecker in the background. There's some sort of dropwork type thing over there. Not sure what that is. Get a bit closer, maybe somebody in the comments section can tell me. So it's not wild carrot, it's... Can you see the leaves? You might have to pause and zoom in a bit. Presumably not pig nut or anything like that. Can't remember what habitat that grows in. Is it more acidic, pig nut? So I'm going to have to order a copy of whatever's the current go-to wildflower identification guide, because I've gone really rusty in terms of my plant identification. Is it rusty or lazy? It's one of the two. This is looking really nice. Well done, National Trust. So the one thing that I would do here, well, probably two things. I would create some brash piles. So if you've got any spare brash, you know, woody vegetation, just create little piles out towards the centre of this, or scattered across this field, and that will entice the rabbits to spread into the middle a bit more and establish little mini warrens, and that will give you a bit more structural diversity in the longer term. At the moment it's perfectly good structurally because it's very young sward, so there's plenty of bare ground within the sward, which is brilliant from a wildflower kind of population increase point of view. Lots of germination niches, lots and lots of ribwort plantains. So I wonder if there's any Glanville fritillaries up here. Certainly are on the chalk downs directly above. They've really spread. So if you want to see Glanville fritillaries on the Isle of Wight, you don't only need, well, the best place is always going to be Wheeler's Bay down in Ventnor, but now they're up on the chalk downs as well, so wherever there's ribwort plantain you might find Glanville fritillary butterflies. Love this knapweed. Not sure which sort, it's either black or common knapweed, purple knapweed. This is lovely. So yeah, I'm a bit obsessed by redback shrike, as you've noticed, and if I was advising a farmer rather than a National Trust, I would definitely encourage them to allow some mounds of shrubs to develop out in this field, So we've got some bramble here, so I think that's probably what the National Trust is aiming to do. But you would speed the process up if you had some bird's foot trefoil over there, which is nice. So you'd speed the process up if you had some brash piles. Because at the moment, well, there's going to be barely any bunnies here, to be honest. I've got to use that word because I shouldn't use the R word, it's bad luck. If you're in Kent. This is lovely. So it's very young. I mean, it's only reverted 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. That's some nice. Yeah, the only missing element from a red-backed shrike point of view really is a bit of disturbed ground and, or sustaining the disturbed ground in the longer term, and some tiny little mounds of shrubs in the field itself. What I kind of hope the National Trust won't do, and looking at it now, doesn't appear they're going to, is tightly graze it. It's much nicer like this. So you want some tightly grazed patches. If you're a red-backed shrike, if you're lots and lots of different species, they like a mosaic of tightly grazed areas and disturbed ground and more taller, more structurally complex areas like this. It's nice to see the old stuff that I've immediately forgotten the name of. There's some pyramidal orchids. They readily colonise these kind of habitat creation projects. So I'm wondering if there's a gate up the top. Seems to be a Met station up there. But there's a right of way that goes through the other side of this hedge. That's where I want to get up onto the downs. But I think I'm going to have to go back. Don't think there's a gate up the top. So again, it's looks pretty clear that the National Trust is allowing the blackthorn suckers to spread out, which is brilliant. If it becomes thick enough, or wide and thick enough, you might even get turtle doves settling. But again, they do need the arable very close, because the turtle doves only eat seeds. They don't eat insects at all. So they feed their broods on seeds, and those seeds tend to be annual wildflower seeds rather than perennials. So you do need disturbed ground, otherwise you won't have any wildflower or any annual broadleaf wildflower seed, and therefore you won't have any turtle doves. Okay, so it's a Southern Water something or other reservoir, maybe down there, who knows. Might be a covered reservoir, I seem to remember from the OS map. So it does appear to be a gap up the top, so I'm going to try and get up onto the downs by just carry on walking up here, see what happens. This is very sad to see, the old ash trees that mark the old track. Public right of way, byway, they've all got ash dieback, so they're gradually dying off. So just along here, the National Trust has actually created some brash piles with ash logs and branches. Can't see any rabbits. It's one of the drawbacks of creating brash piles is if there's no rabbits to colonise, then it doesn't have quite as much potential as you would hope. But there's wild rose that's colonised. That's field rose down there. So it's developing that kind of colonisation kind of nuclei, so presumably a thrush of some sort has pooped in here as it's sat on the dead branches, and you've got field rose colonised as a result. Presumably that's where the field roses come from. Let's see if there's any up here. There's another nice brush pile just up the top, which I'll have a quick look at. It's really, really warm, and it's not really, really warm, if that makes any sense at all. So it is warm, but it's actually not that warm. Doesn't make any sense, does it? There's another one. Is there any shrubby stuff in this one yet? No, it doesn't look like it. But this is where the brambles are going to emerge from. Provides a really good kind of protective barrier from grazers, from the cattle that presumably will come up here at some point. Oh, there's some bramble. So it's beginning to happen. So yeah, any blackbirds that are feeding in the hedge or feeding down along this bit of shorter grass might fly up onto that and have a poop, which they so often do when they're disturbed. And the poop may contain bramble hips or wild rose hips. And hence they provide really good little colonisation niches for mounds of shrubs, which is what redback shrike need. This will be great for reptiles as well, presumably grass snakes, adders, common lizard. Lovely teasel stem coming up here. That'll soon have a flower on it. Skylark's just come up from the summit of this arable reversion site, singing. Marvellous. White throat over there in the edge of the hedge, the scrubby edge. On a cracking view, looking kind of east now. There's a Culver Cliff. Almost back at Nansen Hill now. Love these young oaks coming up on this slope down towards Luccombe Farm. There's very few native oaks in the Undercliff, so to see these ones coming up is really nice. Some really nice disturbed ground here where the National Trust scraped off some kind of thatch and topsoil and gorse, I think, gorse thicket to reveal bare ground again, and the old sheep sorrel is really colonised. It's the red stuff. Hold on, the light isn't very good, but the red stuff there is sheep sorrel, which is the food plant of small copper butterfly. So this disturbed ground is really, really valuable in a habitat like this. We're up on the heathy top now, the chalk heath, up on top of the chalk downs. So because it's got this flint kind of cap to the chalk, conditions up here are acidic in sharp contrast to the chalk just below, just on the lower slopes. So you get a totally different plant community, much more acid grassland, heathland type community just up here, which is what makes Ventnor Downs so stunning for wildlife. And thankfully the National Trust owns it and manages it really, really well. And that management includes creating bare ground like this for species like sheep sorrel and small copper butterfly. So got some way to go, but just wanted to say, if you've not subscribed to the channel, please do so. Press a like button and read the description that comes along with the video. There's some links to my website and buy me a coffee page and that kind of stuff if you wish to support the channel. But yeah, let's walk this way down to Nansen Hill. So nice that the wind has held off today. Just gonna drop down into Nansen Hill and go back down onto Ventnor Beach to see what it's like down there. Could do with a slightly more refreshing breeze, but this is still nice. Nice to encounter a herd of wild aurochs browsing away at a fallen hawthorn and ivy clump. Of course, if they were aurochs, they'd be twice as high, twice as tall, and don't know if they'd be that aggressive particularly. Probably about to be charged by the one with horns. It's only little though, so just flap about. If you do ever get charged by cattle like these, just flap your arms around and they'll run off. If they don't sue me, because they may not, but they always do with me. Nice chiff chaff off to my left. Chiff chaff, chiff chaff. It's Culver Cliff between the... Oh, hang on, it's over there. Can't really see it. Just dropping down to Nansen Hill and back to Lisa Road in a minute. Just down on Nansen Hill now. Wonder, can I still get through that way? Let's see. White throat singing there. And the bramble may have blocked the path down here, but shall I bother? No, let's go down the slope. Might be a bit easier. The old yellow rattle is close to seeding now. Don't think any of it's quite seeding yet, but it will be soon. At which point I'll be collecting some seed to distribute around a hay meadow creation project down in Ventnor Bay. So you need to collect yellow rattle really, really fresh and sow the seeds immediately. It's parasitic on grasses, so it will germinate and parasitise some grass and then flower next summer. It's great stuff if you're trying to create meadows, hay meadows, because it does keep the grasses in check, and that allows the wildflowers to get a toehold. The grasses, or some of the grasses, tend to be more, not aggressive, but more kind of successful, I suppose, more boisterous than some of the wildflowers. And if you use a parasitic species which knocks back the rigour a bit of the grasses, hay rattle being the one, then the wildflowers get more of a toehold in the sward, which is what you want really. You don't want a sward that's just grass if you're into wildlife. Do love Nansen Hill. This is not National Trust, and the management isn't as good as it needs to be, really. If it was me, I would just open it up as one big grazing unit and let the National Trust livestock cross this area as well. But for some reason, I don't think they collaborate like that, the National Trust and Gift to Nature, which is the people that manage, or don't really manage, this site. Nice white throat singing. Common white throat, so we get 3 sylvias in this neck of the woods. Well, we get 4 actually. White throat, lesser white throat, Dartford warbler and blackcap. Don't really have, sorry, did I say garden warbler? I'll do that again. White throat, lesser white throat, Dartford warbler and blackcap. Nice little blue butterfly there. Blackcaps are obviously incredibly common, they're the most common one now, by far. White throats are the second most common, then Dartford warbler, then lesser white throat. Unfortunately, garden warbler is basically absent as far as I can tell from the Undercliff as a breeding species now. Sylvia boring used to be much more common. It's one of those species that has really done poorly in contrast to blackcap, which seems to be everywhere. Let's go along this way. That's rather lovely. So, God, my butterfly. Gonna have to remind me, somebody's gonna have to remind me what that is. Is it a manky old Galanthil fritillary? No. Somebody in the comments section tell me what that thing was, that butterfly, because I can't remember. But it was a bit worn and manky. Along the edge of Leeson Road now, which is just off to my left. So future videos, I might try and get down to Shanklin, have a walk down there. It's not easy to get down at the moment because I basically have a very, very long walk, which I don't have much energy for at the moment, or I drive all the way around to Shanklin, which isn't easy. So given all the road closures, it's a bit of a pain. So better off going west towards Blackgang and the Needles and that kind of part of the island, but might try and do Shanklin and Sandown at some point. Well, the fog didn't arrive in the end. It's now late afternoon and I'm on my way for a bit of a walk, then a game of football. Got to get over the old Southern Water closure of the graben. I think it should be okay. I think they've maintained a footpath kind of open. Find out in a second, won't we? It's around about 5 PM. So I've just kind of come up here onto Steep Hill Down Road, hoping to beat the traffic chaos at the diversion point, and there's absolutely no traffic chaos at all, thankfully. So either people are avoiding Ventnor or it's just going to be fine in terms of traffic flow, but certainly I didn't see any issues. Plenty of people coming up here to be dropped off. It's like the drop-off point for people that need to get to Upper Ventnor. So let's go down the cut, as people call it, or Old Shute, and head into Old Shute Field, I think. gradually meandering my way towards the football pitch in Upper Ventnor. What a glorious day, and I can hear a chaffinch singing. Welcome return by chaffinches, and obviously goldfinches. Jackdaws calling, a couple of carrion crows up in that eucalyptus. I used to live in one of these houses, so the garden backs onto this bit of the graben. Obviously we don't live there now. Wow, look at these, beautiful. Ah, they look great. Into Old Shute Field, which will take us up onto up to the entrance of Coombe Bottom, or the slope of Coombe Bottom. Then we can probably go up to Littleton Down. I haven't got very long. Football's at 6 and it's probably about 7 or 8 minutes past 5 now. Little group of goldfinches. Little fledged group, that is. It's been a glorious day today. Oh, there's a marbled white butterfly there. So the fog I predicted earlier hasn't materialised, thankfully. So often does on a day like this. But it's remained gloriously warm. Too warm for me, which is a bit odd for somebody who wants to be in the tropics to say, because it's a lot warmer in the tropics. But hey ho. Quite why I didn't have a swim, I don't know. So there's a Blythe's reed warbler found down at Bonchurch this morning by good old John Sparshot, the guy that found the greenish warbler in roughly the same area a few weeks ago. He's doing very well. It's really good to have somebody looking around Luccombe Farm, that kind of area, which is where the Blythe's reed is or was. I didn't go for it because I've been too busy, but it's the second one in the Undercliff in the last few years, after there was one in at Dudley Road in Ventnor. So we've had two nice acros this year, marsh warbler and a Blythe's reed warbler, acrocephalus warblers that is, when I say acros. Did get sedge warbler in the spring, did get reed warbler at the winter gardens. So that's 3 acrocephalus warblers. No no grasshopper warbler either this spring. Lots of pyramidal orchids. There's one there. The old knapweed in flower. Lots and lots of butterflies around. Looking down towards Ventnor Park directly ahead. Mostly meadow browns are butterflies, but a few marbled white, which I think is one of the butterflies that lays its eggs on grasses, so the caterpillars eat the grasses. Well, I think they both are meadow brown and marbled white. Lots of baby jackdaws calling. And plenty of evidence of ash dieback in this little copse. Ravenswood, as I always used to call it. There's a little place down there called Ravenswood. Don't forget, if you're new to this channel and you haven't subscribed to it, please do so, because then you'll be notified of new videos as they come up if you press the little notification button as well. Press a like button if you like the video. Nowhere near finished yet, but yeah. And read the description to the video as well, because there's some links to my website and other things if you wish to support me on buymeacoffee.com, then there's a link to that as well. Always very, very much appreciated. Wow, it's warm up here. Lots of meadow browns. So I haven't got time to venture into Combe Bottom. I'll try and get a video before the weather breaks down a bit, which it's bound to do. It's been hot for a couple of days now, and that can never last long, that kind of heat build up. Well, it can if we get a heat wave, but I think this time around it's due to break down quite soon, and the temperatures will drop a bit. Will become a bit more turbulent, the weather conditions, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get up here to Combe Bottom before that happens. And then I'm going to be away for a day or two, away from Ventnor. Beautiful thistle here. And the lovely Combe Bottom above Ventnor. Absolutely stunning, especially on a summer's day like this. One of the scabious is there. Is it field scabious or small scabious? And there's a rest harrow down there as well. Common rest harrow, I assume. The little pink stuff. Middle of the shot now. Hopefully that's in focus. Little rock rose there. Little yellow rock rose flower. Mid-film. Mid-screen, whatever the word is. That's a bit better. Bit of shade. Just rediscovered one of my favourite benches from a couple of decades ago up in Ventnor Cemetery. Lovely in the shade this afternoon. But I need to get off to some football, I think. Probably a bit warm for playing that, but let's give it a go anyway. Probably won't do much running around. Then I might go for a dip in the sea when I get back down the bottom. Morning, lovely people. It's what is it now? Late August 2024. I think you can guess where I am. Up on Ventnor Downs on the Isle of Wight. Let's tilt the camera a little bit. Just going to have a very quick, not that much, quick walk here along the edge of the Ventnor radar station. What a cracking morning. So we're now in peak bird migration time. Oh, look at these heathers flowering. It's quite interesting here where this is chalk grassland, so you've got obviously very alkaline conditions. And just there you've got very acid loving plants. Well, you've got gorse here, which loves the acid conditions, and heather over there, one of the heathers. Never any good identifying heathers and ling and related things, but they all like acid conditions. So why is that happening up here? It's because of the gravel cap, of course. So the chalk here has a kind of, is topped with a layer of gravel, and the gravelly kind of substrate creates acidic conditions over the chalk. So whereas the lower slopes with no gravel supports lots of calcicoles, calcium loving plants, up here on the summit where you've got gravel on top of the chalk, you've got acid conditions. So that's why you've got lots of things like gorse and heathers growing along here. And this field was arable, National Trust field, and you can see where they've dug out this ridge and furrow kind of thingy. All the heathers in the dip there, that was where the soil was dug out, and the soil was placed on this hill here along the edge of the road, basically to stop the cars going onto this field, which was arable. Where they've dug this dip, they've exposed the seed bank, the old seed bank that was still buried under the arable, and now you've got all that seed bank is of heather seed. That's all coming through, flowering like mad. So that's pretty cool. So even after years and years, or decades, hundreds of years probably, of arable, you've still got that buried seed bank of the original wild plants, like the shrubby heathers and the gorse as well. So gradually over time, this area that was arable has been reverted to grassland. It's turned into acidic grassland, acid grassland, which you get elsewhere in the Dorset Heaths and Breckland and wherever else. And in time the heather will probably spread out and you'll get basically lowland heathland, or chalk heath as it's called, because it's heathland on top of chalk. Really fascinating. Breckland is another example of well, completely different to here, but where you've got chalk and acid conditions intermingled. It's quite unique, Breckland, but yeah. Anyway, I'm having a wander around. There's a herd of aurochs over there, aka domestic cows. Aurochs was obviously the European wild ox, wild cattle species that we used to have. If any of you have been to Southeast Asia, kind of India or Thailand or Cambodia, those kind of places, and if you've been there, have you seen their version of wild cattle? Banteng and Gower. Banteng are probably easier to see than Gower. But if you have seen those wild cattle, genuine wild animals, then you can probably visualise what our own wild cattle would have looked like before we drove them to global extinction. They still kind of live on as pretty feeble ancestors, these things, domestic cows. Obviously these were derived from aurochs, from the wild version, so the wild version was tamed and bred and turned into these little scraggly little things. They would have been much taller aurochs and much more muscular around the shoulders, quite long-legged. And we're left with these. I do like cattle, but they're pretty rubbish compared to the wild version. The things from which they were bred and domesticated. You can see he's browsing as well as grazing. So this guy is munching through some bramble there, as would aurochs have done back in the day when we used to have herds of wild aurochs. So a friend of mine, Jack Wamfer, I think he said he found the remains of an aurochs. Bones, basically. He's a fossil hunter, but he found some remains of an aurochs in Newtown Estuary, I think he said. Little calf here. Hello, buddy. So yeah, they were on the island, herds of wild cattle. Anyway, I'm not seeing any migrants at the moment. It's quite chilly, the breeze. I can certainly feel autumn is upon us from a birding point of view, and the weather certainly, or the chill in the air is certainly autumnal. It's very dewy as well, so the grass is very moist. Not had any rain to speak of for weeks and weeks. So I'm going to need to get down to Bestie's in a minute and do some watering, I think. See if any of the planting I did has survived. Go down for coffee. Obviously I can't go down for filter coffee anymore because they don't do a decaf version. So it'll probably have to be a decaf oat latte. Or even a decaf cup of tea. But yeah, you might be able to hear it in my voice actually, the effect of not drinking caffeine, which is I'm speaking a little bit less high-pitched. Don't know. More energetically anyway, is probably a better way of putting it. Here's the old Ventnor radar station. But my caffeine habits were terrible, having 7 or 8 cups of coffee a day. Most of those were purchased. It's ridiculous, really. That's several grand a year, you can work it out. One of my biggest expenditures in terms of consumption, as in food and drinks, probably the biggest single item in my spreadsheet was coffees. Absolutely ridiculous. I do like coffee though. There used to be some shrubs around these water butts when there was a different setup of water cattle troughs. There used to be some shrubs around the old cattle troughs here, and they used to dip into the water, the shrubs, and that used to give the birds, the migrant birds, an opportunity to go in and have a drink and have a bath. And it's an incredibly rare, virtually non-existent resource up on Ventnor Downs is fresh water. There's a few puddles around, not now because it's been too dry. But really important for the migrant birds, and the National Trust, unfortunately, when they changed the troughs, they removed the shrubs, so the birds now can't get down. In fact, the troughs are a bit of a death trap now because they've got very steep sides, and if a bird attempts to have a bath in one of those and they fall in and get waterlogged plumage, then they're just going to drown because there's no way out. We actually found at Luccombe, or some of the bird ringers found a redstart, common redstart, drowned in a cattle trough. Last week I think that was, so it can happen, and barn owls obviously fall into them not infrequently and drown. There is a dew pond over here though. Don't think it's an original one, I think it's one that the National Trust created for just that reason really, to create water resources, fresh water for the migrant birds and dragonflies and that kind of stuff. There is water in there, so I'll stand corrected in terms of there not being any other options at the moment. There is. I know the linnets like this little pond, so that's good. God, it's chilly. I'm shivering. But it is going to get very humid over the next day or two, apparently. We might get some rain on, I think it's either Saturday or Sunday. What is it now? Friday. So I'm just going to cut round here, head back to the car. Just thought I'd bring you along for a loop. Obviously not done an island video for a while, so it's nice to be back. But I'm not seeing any migrant birds. We really are kind of, well, the peak period for the volume of things like redstarts and spotted flycatchers and that kind of stuff is kind of early August into probably around about now, to be honest. It's probably going to be easing off a little bit. The birds are going to have gone through, but then it changes in terms of what species of birds. All the redstarts and spot flies tend to go through during August, and the willow warblers, and later things, the chiffchaffs and meadow pipits, and the swallows keep going as well, but they tend to be later. So as we go into September, which is next week, first week of September, it gets more exciting from my point of view because a lot of the birds are flying over by then, so you can really see them. The visible migration really starts. At the moment it's the land bird, it's the birds that are on the ground feeding before they move on again. A lot of nighttime migrants, whereas as you get into September, into October, it's a lot more visible. I had a couple of swallows going over just as I got out of the car. They're the kind of visible migrants that you really get. You can get in really big numbers in sort of September time. Developing really nicely, the kind of emerging shrubland component here. So it's always been quite open, but the brambles are beginning to take off nicely further along here, which is good. That's going to be good for all sorts of wildlife. Blackberries are really good. The flowers on bramble are superb for butterflies and bumblebees and hoverflies and all sorts of other things. A swallow just went through. I've seen that on the camera. There's another one. They usually come through in little waves, where at this time of the year you get 3 or 4 in a little group going through. As it gets later, much bigger groups go through. And it can be spectacular in the Undercliff. Alright, head up this way towards the car. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if it's your kind of thing. Content on digital nomadism and a bit of wildlife sprinkled in, as this video has been mostly about. And car life, van life. Oh, tree pipit. Pretty sure that wouldn't have been picked up. It called as it flew over. Yellow wagtail as well. What a beautiful start to the day. Alright, up to the car, so thank you for watching and stay tuned for the next video. Let's pan around a bit. Good morning, it's about 6:45, first week of September, just down here in St Lawrence on the Isle of Wight. Gonna have a quick walk, so come along if you wish to see a bit of St Lawrence. So it's a wee bit breezy, but I'm not going to go up onto the summit. So I normally walk that way, as you'll know if you're a regular viewer to this channel. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. This time I'm going to walk this way rather than my usual direction. Of course, I'm now walking into the sun, but there isn't really any sun this morning, so hopefully we should be okay in terms of the camera. We'll see. Yeah, it's darker and gloomier than you would think by the way the camera's gathering light. It's quite a good camera, this one. DJI Osmo Pocket 3. So I'm about to invest in a drone. Let me know in the comments section if you think that's a good idea or a bad idea. Let's just unclip this microphone, if you can hear that. So yeah, I'm not a fan of drones buzzing me as I'm on the beach or walking around the countryside, but I'm a lot more discreet than I think some drone owners tend to be. So there's a firecrest calling up there, right next to the Wildlife Trust, or within the Wildlife Trust Nature Reserve. That's where it'll be. There's some, I can't remember what it's called now. Species of tree that firecrests love. It'll come to me in a minute. It grows in churchyards. Quite a loud firecrest. So yeah, I'm going to buy a drone. If anyone wishes to make a contribution towards my drone fund, just about got enough money now thanks to buymeacoffee.com donations, so thank you people, that's superb. But yeah, what I'm going to get initially is a Neo, which is the new version, brand new drone that DJI has just bought out, which probably has a similar camera system to this Osmo Pocket 3, smaller sensor I think. So yeah, that would be really nice to get some different style of footage on my walks. I have to work out how to deal with the buzzing noise of the drone. But yeah, that would be good. Let me know in the comments section if you think it's a good idea. And if you wish to support that, then you can do so via my PayPal link or buy me a coffee. So now we're walking down Undercliff Drive. There's Seven Sisters Road. So I'm going to do a loop. Just down here a little way past the post office. Up onto Seven Sisters Road. And back along to the car. So yeah, it's definitely different to yesterday. The weather started sunny and rather lovely yesterday morning, whereas today it's overcast. You can't really tell how overcast it is, but it's quite gloomy. Do love this autumnal weather though. The weather forecast, well, it has been a northwesterly as the weather forecast said it would be, and we plunged into relative coldness, but by God, it hasn't felt cold in the car overnight. It's felt lovely. So it'll be interesting to see as we transition into winter, my first winter in the car. Can't remember when I moved into it. I think it was probably March or April or something, so spring. Can't remember. I'll have to look back on the videos, but if anyone can remember when my little van died, then there was a period where I was living in a hut down in Ventnor Bay. Then I got the car, but I just can't remember when I moved from the hut into the car. If anyone out there can, there's a C. If anyone can remember, tell me in the comments section. But anyway, this has be the first actual winter in the car. In Flea, my little Citroen C1. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it copes with the winter. So the Citroen was a much bigger space. I mean, it was a very small space, but it's still a much bigger space than the C1. So I suspect the C1 will trap warmth a lot better. So it'll end up being less chilly in the car than it was in the van. I did get rid of my very old and manky sleeping bag earlier in the year, so I need to invest in a new one before the winter probably turns up. That's what that little tree is, and there's another one here. That's a tree that firecress and goldcress really love. That grows in churchyards, or been planted in churchyards. There's a great tit calling. Very distinctive. Thank you very much for the demo. And one more. Don't know if the microphone picked that up. Quite a few ewes just around here. That was St Lawrence Inn, this building here. was a pub. Sadly no longer. If that was still a pub, I'd be a regular in there, I think, as I used to be. Let's go up this way. Spindler's Road. Ah dear, what a nice different walk. Never done a video walking up here, so there's a post office and a little village shop. There's the inner cliff face up there. Obviously the inner cliff is along the northern edge of the Undercliff here. So shelters, when you're tucked in below it, shelters you from the northerly breeze. I can feel a bit of a rain in the air. Which is a shame, because it probably means my favourite cafe in Ventnor Bay will not be open. Blake's Tea Hut. Back up onto Seven Sisters Road. Old railway tunnels directly above us here. Tunnel entrance. Obviously no longer a railway, unfortunately. Although if things carry on the way they're going, may have to reinstate them. So the old Leeson Road has been closed again. It was reopened briefly for the latter part of the summer, and now they've closed it again, basically to install some monitoring type boreholes, apparently. And the graben area leading to Upper Ventnor has sunk quite a lot. Again, since Southern Water repaired their leaky sewer. So something's going to have to be done there. And I did notice along Whitwell Road between the rugby club and the kind of the sharp turn at St Lawrence Field Nature Reserve or towards Dean Farm, I did notice there that there are cracks appearing along the carriageway. Along the kind of the seaward side on the carriageway, the southern side. Hopefully that doesn't mean anything. What we don't want is stress fractures to appear in the cliff above where I'm walking now, which is essentially what happened at Smuggler's Haven. A big section of what looked like very stable cliff face just collapsed, just gave way, taking the Devil's Chimney with it. Partly still intact, the Devil's Chimney, but can't go through it anymore. But if that area of cliff face collapsed because of stress fractures and basically voids that developed underneath the chalk, what's going on here? Hopefully not the same thing. Very much doubt it, but yeah, just thought I'd unwisely mention that scenario. Oh, walking back towards the car now. So yeah, do subscribe if you've not already subscribed to this channel. Trying to get up to 1,500. Had very, very few new subscribers in the last couple of months, since I kind of became less Ventnorish and more nomadic, which is what the channel's all about. But if you're listening and you haven't subscribed, it would be great if you could subscribe, get us up to 1,500. Read the description to the video below. Below the video there's a description where I put lots of links in there to various interesting things, including my books that are for sale on the Undercliff. Wildlife watching is one of them and bird watching is the other one. And there's my buymeacoffee.com link. Plans for today, so I'm still working on this project in North Dorset, which I will be working on that for the foreseeable future. Got to go back to Dorset for a couple of days. Meet some farmers. Go out on a farm event, which will be fun. Yeah, it'd be lovely if I do get a drone, or when I get a drone, to just have some completely different footage of, up in the air, looking at these areas from a totally different perspective. Might even be able to make some money from the drone. Filming, well, being commissioned to film various things using a drone could be quite good fun. Don't think it would be lucrative, but it would certainly help keep the channel going, because at the moment it's costing me quite a lot of money, this channel, because when I come back to the island, obviously the ferries cost, it's about 150 quid to get on and off the island now. A month ago, during the peak season, it was 150 quid one way, now it's about 70 quid one way, well, between 70 and 90 pounds one way. So obviously to get on and off is quite expensive, and certainly the YouTube income doesn't go anywhere near funding that, but I'm not moaning because I love doing it and I love my followers. So as ever, thank you for watching, and I'm going to head down into the bay and get a coffee. Let's just have a look around the view again. Look up at the canopy. Do love the light shining through the canopy. Very beautiful. Well, it's early afternoon in early October here in Ventnor on the Isle of Wight. It's a bit blowy, so I'm going to have a walk down towards Ventnor Park, see if we can find somewhere with a bit less of a breeze, because I've forgotten the external microphone. So you will be getting the sound of the wind on this little device if I just walk around in the exposed areas. So we'll find somewhere a bit more sheltered. Nice little toadstooly mushroomy things coming up here. So when the sun comes out, and when you're in a sheltered spot out of the wind, it's really, really warm. It must be 22, 23 degrees centigrade, I guess. Somewhere thereabouts. That's what I really love about the Undercliff of the Isle of Wight. The whole it's a shelf basically that runs from Bonchurch to Blackgang, Bonchurch in the east and Blackgang in the west. And it's a kind of a shelf tucked in with a southerly aspect, and this big kind of cliff face and the downs up there directly north of the shelf. So get any northerly breezes, we're nicely sheltered, and when it's sunny it just warms up really quickly, which is why I find myself drawn back here during the winter, because although those easterlies can be pretty chilly down here, because it's kind of a southeast facing coastline really, rather than due south, so you do tend to feel the easterlies. But like I say, on an easterly it tends to be dry anyway, it's a dry wind, continental wind coming from Europe, and those winds tend to be drier than the prevailing southwesterlies that we get here. So you tend to get the weather systems and the rain and the storms on the southwesters, and nicer conditions like this on easterlies and northeasterlies. I think it's a northeasterly at the moment, which is, like I say, a drier wind, and when it's like that it can be really warm and really lovely in the Undercliff. So just going to walk west along, this is Park Avenue, towards Ventnor Park. I'll either walk through the park or possibly go up to the right along one of the little roads at the back of the park, or the back of Flowersbrook. Let's decide when I get up there. I won't do much of a commentary. I'll let the sounds, the ambient sounds, speak for themselves here. Especially all those robins that have now come back into life again, singing again after their molt, presumably. So I think in early autumn they molt, put on the winter plumage, flight feathers and that, and because they can't really fly when they're molting their flight feathers, fly very well, they tend to go very low key and hide away in the thickets. I think that applies to robins and dunnocks and those sorts of things. They have to molt at some point, and after the breeding season would be a sensible time to do it. Obviously if you're a migrant you don't really want to be molting at this time of year because you're trying to migrate and you need all the flight feathers you can get. Anyway, they've burst back into song now, having molted into their winter song, which is a bit more melancholy than the summertime song, when there's more testosterone flowing through them. Anyway, like I say, I'll stop jabbering on and let nature speak for itself, and the sounds of the leaves, the wind in the leaves. Old hebe in flower here. Usually really good for bumblebees, but I can't see any. Should still be plenty about. The ivy's in full flower now as well, and that attracts loads of ivy bees in particular. So coming out of Ventnor Park now. I think I'll go up this little road just up there. Undercliff Gardens. Sky's looking particularly beautiful at the moment. I think this dog's probably going to bark at me up there. Looks a bit possessive of his... Oh no, he seems alright actually. Wren tacking off to our left.
have a FaceTime with.
A week later then. Going into a slightly breezier area now, so I apologise in advance for the wind noise. Do subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so, and press the like button. If you want to support the channel, then there's a buy me a coffee link in the description underneath the video. And at the end, we're not at the end yet, but at the end I'll link to some other videos which you might want to check out. And thank you for your support as well, because it's very motivating to have people come back and watch the videos frequently. Kind of demonstrates that people enjoy the videos I'm creating, which is really nice. Nice dogwood here. Coming along to La Falaise car park now. Very much looking forward to my decaf coffee when I get down into Ventnor Bay. Might actually have a decaf cup of tea for a change. There we go, back into Ventnor. Thank you for following along. Like I say, do subscribe, and I'll be having another walk soon, so you're welcome to come along. Where are we now? It's Sunday. Don't know what the date is. It's kind of a late November, I guess. I lose track. Pretty choppy sea at the moment. Let's go and have a look down on the beach in Ventnor. Certainly eased off a bit now since the storm in the last couple of days. Nice cuttlefish bone there. It's got some life in it, hasn't it? The sea. Lovely. Log has presumably come from the landslip. Had an abortive fossil hunt down at Whale Chine this morning. Got down there at 7:30. Met Jack Wamfer. Kind of managed to scramble down into Whale Chine, which is I suffer vertigo, so it was quite some going for me, but I managed to get down there. But the waves were just crashing up at the base of the cliff, so we had to run along, kind of going west towards Aberfield, but I couldn't go any further because I'm not a very heavy person, and the waves were kind of, you could feel the tug as they hit you at the base of the cliff, so I was worried about getting dragged in. Jack is obviously a bigger guy, so he carried on. I turned back. Didn't do any recording, so there's no video from that. It was just so strong, the wind, so I just gave up. I'll get down there again when things are a little bit less rough, although roughness is good from a fossil point of view because it washes fresh material out of the rock face, out of the cliff face. You basically walk along the beach between Whale Chine and Aberfield Point. And if you're an experienced fossil hunter, which I'm not, then you'll recognise rocks that are strewn along the beach, which ones have probably got an ammonite in. And then just take a hammer and a chisel and open them up and see what's inside. Jack carried on. I don't think he found anything particularly. Tell me in the comments section if you've ever done proper fossil hunting. Don't know what I mean by proper fossil hunting. Oh dear. Boat's rocking about a bit in the harbour. Comes the sun breaking through. I'm trying to at least. There it is. Go a little way along, head east. Besties, where I've been after I came back from the fossil hunting, drinking coffee obviously. Oh, quite tired now after scrambling up and down at Whale Chine. Really takes it out of you when you're really old like me.
past the window.
Am I going to be inundated by a wave in a minute? Probably. Back here at high tide, I think. Don't know what it's doing at the moment, whether it's coming in. Very cool. Ah, dearie me. Right, I'm going to head back. Need to go shopping, so... thanks for watching again. Thanks for all your support. Very much appreciated. Head back to the car, dump the camera, and go up and do some shopping. One last look. Superb.
That one though.
Way up, you're right. So it's late December 2024 here in Ventnor on the Isle of Wight. No black redstarts around the bay, Ventnor Bay at the moment, so I'm going to head up slope through the town and up to the higher bits of Ventnor, see if I can find any tip flocks with anything in. Let's go up this way. Go up Tulse Hill, I think. Nice steep hill. Can hear some sparrows in the background. There's a few house sparrow colonies left around Ventnor. They seem to be holding their own pretty well, to be honest. These little bits of habitat certainly look promising for something. What is it, December? Desert warbler, maybe. That'd be nice. There's a crest. Fire crest, I think. Just landed in that little hole oak ceiling. So yeah, that was a fire crest. Which are more common, in inverted commas, in the Undercliff than gold crests in the last few years. Obviously fire crest breeds in the Undercliff. Gold crests used to be pretty common in the autumn. A few left over in winter, but they've petered out completely. So I only had one this autumn, one gold crest. Believe it or not, I used to get, 10 or 20 in a tip flock in the autumn. Every day, whichever tit flock I encountered. No, they're very rare now. Goldcrests. Let's walk up this way. So if New Hive can get a yellow warbler, so can Ventnor. These scrappy bits of habitat on the terraces leading up from the sea. There's a sea over there, about 500 metres away. There's the holm oak forest on the slopes, on the downs above Ventnor. Not sure what this weeping tree is. Is it a beech? Beech or hornbeam, one of the two. Look at these leaves. What do we reckon? Any botanists watching? Can't get that focused. So like I say, it's late December, so there's no vismid going on. The finch migration has stopped. No cold weather movements because it's very mild. So it's really from a land bird migration point of view, or land bird point of view, it's tit flocks and crests really that I'm looking for. There are some little wetland areas in St Lawrence, particularly some willow beds and streams which might have wintering chiffchaffs and that in. There's a smattering of chiffchaffs wintering in Ventnor at the moment. Blackcaps have been thin on the ground. So here's Ventnor Bowling Club, and opposite that is this little path here, across the road. This will take you up along the base of the holm oaks, off the road, through some nice habitat with plenty of firecrests. It's a very narrow strip of native broadleaved trees and shrubs at the base of the pretty sterile holm oak forest. I wouldn't bother birding in the holm oak area because there's nothing in there. Whereas this narrow corridor of habitat along its base is really good. We'll get a little bit further away from the road in a minute. It's a bit noisy when there's traffic on it. There's a nice view just here. That's what the firecrest's like. This time of year, in winter. There's a few blackbirds and song thrushes in these. Going for the ivy berries and the blackthorns. Blackthorn berries, which there's a few. Blue tit. Are we going to bump into a tit flock? kind of walking east now towards Bonchurch. These ivy-clad sycamores always look really promising. Good spot for a yellow-browed warbler to spend the winter, maybe. Although they're probably more likely to be in the willows down in St Lawrence, in the wetter bits. But when it's sunny, this fills with sun because we're south-facing this slope, so it warms right up on a winter's day when it's sunny. Quite out of breath. It's quite a good climb up there. Tell me in the comment section if you've ever been to Ventnor on the south coast of the Isle of Wight. Look how dark that is under the holm oaks. Apart from ivy, there's nothing growing under there. Even the ivy is very thin. Down here though, where it's climbing up the sycamores, it's pretty thick and really good habitat. So yeah, if you've never visited Ventnor, never done any bird watching here, I'd definitely recommend it. If you want to pioneer a new area. It's not that new, but doesn't get the coverage, doesn't get any coverage really. A few birders live here, but they don't really go birding in Ventnor itself. Tends to go to places like Brading Marshes and Newtown and the Solent Shore more than here, especially in winter when you've got all the divers and the grebes in the near shore habitat along the edge of the Solent, on the south coast of the Solent, which is the north coast of the Isle of Wight. But I just love bushes, I love passerines, so I just stick to Ventnor, which is as good as anywhere along the south coast of the island, to be honest. Ventnor Downs is probably the best area for visible migration on the Isle of Wight. It's probably the best area on the south coast, to be honest. I think it beats Portland in terms of density of visible migration going on. Just there aren't really enough birders out there recording everything, so it doesn't really get documented on any for more than an ad hoc basis. Lovely big yew tree here. Tennis courts just down there. When it gets cold, the old redwings and fieldfare, or redwings and song thrushes love the slope here. Nice sunny, warms up when it's sunny in winter. So they're worth sorting through, winter thrushes. It's incredibly quiet because it's so mild. It's just what tends to happen, I think, is that a lot of birds get pushed down into the Undercliff here from the rest of the Isle of Wight, from the kind of the downs directly above Ventnor, and a little bit further inland they get pushed down by the cold into the Undercliff where it stays warm, relatively speaking, because there's a south-facing sheltered terrace, so they come down here when it's really cold up the top, but it hasn't been cold up the top, so everything's still dispersed and hasn't come down into the Undercliff, but it will. If we get a cold snap, it's going to turn chilly over the next few nights. What are we now? It's coming towards the end of December 2024. Was it 28th maybe? Coming close to the new year. But it's been such a mild winter so far that we haven't really seen the tit flocks forming. Or at least not being very kind of urgent in their feeding behaviour. So there's no shortage of food. So yeah, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed, if you want to hear about rewilding and birding around the south coast of the Isle of Wight as well. And nature writing, so I write books, nature books, and I self-publish them. I've just done a video actually on this channel about how I go about writing and self-publishing nature books. got a couple more coming out quite soon, but it's pretty straightforward. Just I do a lot of voice to text, so I walk along when I'm birding, and if it's quiet I can just open up the Scrivener app on my phone and start talking to my phone, activating the voice to text functionality on the phone, and then it gets my words down as a very early rough draft note form really of a particular book I'm writing, and then later it's all backed up using Dropbox, and later I'll go onto my MacBook, which is currently broken. Ordinarily I go onto my MacBook and start typing away, but I get an awful lot written just using voice to text on, let me show you, this little tiny iPhone mini 13. So I've got the Scrivener app on that, and it's so good just using voice to text. You have to speak the grammar, so you have to say full stop and comma, new line when you want to start a new paragraph and that kind of stuff. But apart from that, it just works. Well, you know, it's really straightforward, much faster way of writing for me than typing, and it means I don't have to sit in a cafe or whatever and write using a keyboard. I can just walk along whilst I'm birding and kind of multitask, do a bit of writing using voice to text and do a bit of birding to refresh my brain a bit. So this is all National Trust where I'm walking now. Great habitat. Just come out into the open now. This area was being grazed by cattle, National Trust cattle, but they seem to have stopped doing that now, and it seems to be scrubbing up. It was never particularly good chalk grassland. It was, you know, a few bits of a few typical chalk grass or wildflowers, but nothing unusual sort of thing. None of the specialists of really high quality chalk grassland. So I assume the Trust is just allowing it to shrub up. And this is really nice shrubby habitat just here. What was that? So it just flew up there. It looked quite nice, quite interesting. It vanished into a holm oak. Oh, there's a tit flock down there actually, great tits. Quickly scan him through binoculars, see if I can see anything. It's not the easiest thing in the world, videoing your bird watching walks. Don't tend to see very much, surprise, surprise. But there is a little group of great tits at least in the brambles just ahead of us. And the traveller's joy, the old man's beard, wild clematis. Only 4 great tits as far as I could see. Just reading Richard Broughton's book on willow tits and marsh tits. Fantastic book. Definitely recommend getting that if you want to experience some really nice natural history writing. That's really robust science. Richard Broughton is, I think he works for CEH, Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. I think that's right, but he's a very good ecologist. Who works on willow tits. Basically has written the, what's that up there? Yeah, another great tit. Written the definitive book on the natural history of marsh tits and willow tits. Just checking this little group of there's some long-tailed tits up there, so there is actually a proper tit flock. Only a couple of long-tailed tits as far as I can see. A few blackbirds going through. Why are they chasing each other around? There's actually 2 blue tits chasing each other around. Not the long-tailed tits. They don't tend to... They're very mellow long-tailed tits. They don't tend to chase anything around. Yeah, so check out that video I've done on nature writing and book self-publishing. If you've got a natural history book in you, or you've started to write one, think about self-publishing, because you earn more money per book sold that way. And it's a really good process, it's really straightforward. And that little video just sets out how I do it. But just to illustrate, if I sell an ebook for £2.99 by way of example, I'll get 70% of that cover price, so a couple of quid. So I get 70% that way, whereas if I used a publisher, a conventional publisher, I'd probably get 10%, so substantially less per unit sold from a publisher than if I just do it myself. Obviously they do some of the grunt work in return for giving them 90% of the cover price of the book, but I don't think they earn their 90%, they do more work. So you have to do some of the work they would otherwise do, but they don't do 90% of the work. So quite why they take 90% of the cost or the income from each book sold. It's all a bit of a con if you ask me. So I can do my own editing or commission somebody at relatively low cost, a freelancer, to do it for me. I do my own book formatting, which is free, using an online app. I do my own book cover design, but I can again commission somebody, a freelancer, to do that relatively cheaply. And then I can upload my book for publication on all the usual online platforms, you know, Amazon obviously, which is where most books are sold these days, and that's where most of my income comes from in terms of book sales, but also Waterstones and Barnes and Noble and all of them, all the big bookstores and the littler ones, the independent bookshops that have online ordering. My books go there as well. And it's all very, very straightforward to do, and it's very fast. So a conventional publisher may take a year between the book actually being finished and them getting around to actually publishing it, and that's just because they have loads of books to publish. Whereas for me, once the book is finished and I've got the book cover design finished, so it's ready to go, it takes me about half an hour to get it uploaded for publication. Half an hour. And then it takes the actual company, the online retailer, between 4 and 48 hours to actually get it up for sale. So effectively publishing takes up to about 2 days if I do it myself, whereas it will take a year if a publisher does it. And that's not because a publisher does anything more sophisticated, it's purely because they have hundreds of books to get on the market, whereas I usually have one at a go. So I published 6 books so far, and they were spread out. So I think a couple of years ago, well, in 2023, I published 3 books in 5 weeks, I think it was, just because I had some manuscripts half done and just got them all finished and formatted and edited and uploaded and ready to go. So incredibly fast turnaround. Anyway, we didn't see many rare birds along there, did we? Certainly didn't find a yellow warbler, so new hive. There's beaters again. I think Broadstairs nearby had a blooming scops owl. Kent is doing well, or has done well the last week. If only there were more bird watchers actually covering Ventnor, we'd get a lot more nice birds found, I think, because the habitat here is cracking. As you can see, the sea is only over there, and there's some lovely cover. Let's just have a look over the brow here. Loads of really nice habitat, nice shrubby, scrubby thickets. And then we've just come down from up there, the holm oak forest at the back of Ventnor. Bonchurch in that direction. Wheeler's Bay just down there where the Glanville fritillary butterflies are in summer. Then you've got all this lovely habitat in the town. ready for you to find rare birds for us if you come and visit Ventnor. So if you wish to support the channel with a donation, well, the best thing you could do is subscribe and keep watching my videos. But if you wish to support it with donations, there's a buy me a coffee link in the video description below the video. You can go there and make a little donation, buy me a coffee or 2 or 3, and thank you people that have been doing that. It's very much appreciated. Alright, let's drop down these steps. I think this is a little kind of derelict patch which is scrubbed up, lots of sycamores and nice habitat. It's often a wintering chiff-chaff in there, and black redstarts like it down the bottom as well, although I'm struggling to find black redstarts so far this winter. Had a few in the autumn, but not entirely sure they hung around, or if they have, where they are. I've not been birding very much, to be honest, in the Undercliff, because I've been working in Dorset, but this lovely habitat. Here are a few blue tits. Can't hear any firecrests and no chiff-chaff calling. I think we need the temperature to drop off a bit. Get a few more birds down in the Undercliff from the chalk Downland above. Get that wintering dusky warbler down here. Or wintering yellow-browed is more likely. We can dream. Have the old man's beard covered in seed heads. Crossing over now, go down towards Wheeler's Bay, I think. Wasn't sure which way to go. Just look back over where we've just come down from, up on the slope up there. I think this is Kings Bay Road, I can't remember. Pretty sure it's Kings Bay Road. Actually, I don't think it is, but I can't remember what it's called. Madeira Road, that's what this road is. Oh, it sounds healthy. Sounds like my old bilingo. At least it starts though. Yeah, Madeira Road. That's right. All coming back to me. Dropping down here now towards Wheeler's Bay. The old dust cart. Blue tits calling. Heron down there on the rocks. So if I was a proper birder, I'd come down here every day at low tide and check for all the gulls and see if there's any waders as well on the rocky shoreline along here. Because it is a very wide rocky shoreline. When the older tide goes out, it's a wide shelf of really nice habitat, seaweed covered rocks all the way along here between Wheeler's Bay and Bonchurch down there. It's what's that, a good mile probably of really nice habitat, but I never check it because I'm not a proper birder. I don't do seabirds really. Oh, chiff-chaff calling. Finally a chiff-chaff. Old cabbage palms, still with some berries, so there'll be a blackcap here somewhere. Can't hear one sub-singing. They love the old cabbage palm berries. That chiff-chaff has stopped, it was down here somewhere. "6 weeks until spring" in my book, mid-February. Bit over-optimistic, but we're basically the end of December, so what's that chiffy calling? Don't think the microphone will pick that up, but in this garden somewhere. Calling. That's me trying to imitate it, not very well. Cracking bit of habitat this. The spotted flycatchers in autumn love these trees. These sycamores. There's 2 chiff-chaffs. Yellow-browed warbler would be nice, or even a Hume's warbler. We had one Hume's warbler in the autumn, my first for the Undercliff. Might have been another chiff-chaff over there. Probably a good time for a Dartford warbler down here as well. Pushed down from the downs above. So there's Wheeler's Bay, that's where the Glanville fritillaries are in the summer. Just along there, well, all along here really. goldfinches. Somebody's obviously got feeders out somewhere. Little groups of goldfinches flying around. So there must be feeders here. There they are in the silver birch there, goldfinches. Lovely bit of coastline. If you walk along there, you'll end up in Bonchurch, Monk's Bay, and then beyond that is the landslip. Can't really walk through the landslip at the moment because there's a pretty major landslide. The end of 2023, this time last year basically. Massive landslide there. The landslip living up to its name. Unfortunately it rendered the Smuggler's Haven tea room, which was one of my favourite tea rooms, unusable. Don't think it's ever going to reopen. And the Devil's Chimney steps were half destroyed. They're kind of still there in a slightly moribund state. Don't think they could ever be repaired, but right, let's drop down to the esplanade now. So my writing plans for 2025, for this coming year, is to write and independently publish at least another 5 natural history books, all of which are partly written, 2 of which are nearly finished. So I'll have about 11 books out once they're all out. So that's going to be good. And build up this channel. I want to try and get this Wild Writer channel up to 1,000 subscribers, probably by spring. We're about 720 at the moment, I think. So if I can get this channel up to 1,000 subscribers by the spring, I can then do the revenue sharing. So Google obviously puts adverts on the channel on each video. Well, not all of them, but most of the videos you'll encounter an advert unless you pay for YouTube Premium. And once I get over 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time, I managed the 4,000 hours of watch time criterion a while ago. I just need to get to the 1,000 subscribers now. And once I've done that, they will share some of the revenue they get from the advertisers, which will probably be about £1 a day for me for a very small channel. As a channel grows in terms of number of subscribers, I obviously get a bit more. The revenue increases over time if the channel grows. If it doesn't, then I just carry on getting £1 a day if I'm lucky, if I keep uploading videos. So yeah, do subscribe if you've not already done so, because that'll get me closer to 1,000 subscribers. Down at Wheeler's Bay now, these little chalets. Back in the 90s you could buy one of these for £13,000. Now they're kind of 150, 200,000 pounds. Ah dear, no, I didn't buy one. It's lovely, these settled conditions. It's going to remain pretty settled, I think. So the beaches are built up a bit along here. They're normally all washed out by now by the gales, but apart from Storm Dara, we've not really had anything since then. It's been fairly still. This little area of cover just above and around the shallows is really good in autumn for migrant birds. And a Blythe's reed warbler up there a couple of autumns ago, and then a marsh warbler up there this autumn just gone. And a yellow-browed warbler. Had about 4 or 5 yellow-browed warblers in Ventnor this autumn. Not bad. And there's normally, well, if you look very carefully, you may come across one of the purple sandpipers. There's usually 1 or 2, probably more, along this rocky shoreline. But actually spotting them is really hard because there's not many people looking, and they're purple sandpipers and they're really elusive in this rocky habitat. They're not shy particularly, but they're not shy at all. They often just feed on this green on the revetments, but actually coming across one could be challenging. So no sign of any purple sandpipers. There's a rock pipit just there at the very edge. Oh, just popped down. And a pied wagtail just along here. And another one, 2 pied wagtails. But no sign of a purple sandpiper. It would literally just be bobbing around, feeding on this green stuff, if it's not down on the rocks. Which I assume it more often than not is. Tends to be higher tide when they come up onto this terrace. Nice bit of slope, nice bit of shrubby habitat. This is Ventnor East Cliffs. So directly above there is where the marsh warbler was, and that Blythe's reed warbler. Great spotted cuckoo came along here as well. It was mostly along Wheeler's Bay, along that esplanade walk going towards Bonchurch, but it did come up here occasionally. Sort of place for a desert wheat here along here. Still haven't found one though, in all the years of birding Ventnor. None of us have found desert wheat here along here. One will appear, no doubt one has been here in the past. Black-eared wheat here as well, it looks good for that around this skate park. Maybe I'm just fantasising about what's never going to appear. It'll be something completely different, something unpredicted. I won't say what, because then it will have been predicted. Well, we're almost back in Ventnor Bay now, just at the East Cliffs car park, or Eastern Esplanade car park, to give it its proper name. Thank you for watching. Like I say, do please subscribe to the channel, which will be really good. I will see you for the next video, which will be probably another birding video, not sure. Might do a rewilding video next, we'll see. So I hope you're enjoying this video about Ventnor and the Undercliff. If so, then don't forget there are 2 books I've written. One, Birdwatching around Ventnor, creatively named, and the second one is wildlife watching around Ventnor. Just short books about the local area that are the subject of this video. Available on Amazon. I'll put a link below this video, and you can also order it from the library, and it's available in all major bookshops, both of these little booklets, and in a few shops along the Esplanade, like the Longshoremen's Museum and Lady Scarlett's Tea Room as well. But yeah, I'll put a link to the description if you want a slightly deeper dive into the Isle of Wight Undercliff. Then these two little booklets might be of interest to you. Just go onto Amazon otherwise and just search for Steve Jones and Ventnor and you should find them.